Hello, everyone. Welcome. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. How's everybody doing? Hello, Girly Satan. Hello, Guts Aplenty. Hello, Night Sprites. Hello, Shaboy J. Hello, Sherlock Jr. 24. Hello, Roscoe Marmot. Hello, Boborovskaya. Welcome, everybody. Hope your afternoon's going well. Let's go fix my camera. Hello, Ninja. They will kill you. Sounds fun. Sounds fun. I know a lot of early RPGs just didn't have a really good concept of state. It's not possible to save the game in the dungeon in Wizardry 1 through 3. The engine doesn't support it. If you quit while you're in the dungeon, your party becomes lost. There's a checkout system where you have to check them out from the thing. Same deal with Bard's Tale. Might and Magic 1 only saves the game when you return to the inn, so if you do anything when you're afield, it just doesn't count. I forget if Might and Magic 2 works the same way. Most early RPGs did not have a concept of state. The only thing that was a concept of state was items your characters had or, like, flags your characters would get later on. There are certain games that take the number of times you've saved into account. So, like, they change outcomes later in the game if you've saved too many times. Resident Evil was one that did that. You had to ration your saves, not only because there were limited use items, but also if you saved too many times, you'd get a bad ending. But I don't know if there's one that, like, explicitly increases the difficulty. There's Tower of Souls, which costs money to save and costs money to load. However, costing money to load is immaterial because you will have already erased the action that precipitated you loading by the action of loading. So it doesn't take money away from your character on load. It takes money away from your character to load. Slightly different time points and different characters that it's addressing there. I have to check something. I think that the speed that we're running the game at is causing the game to advance time way faster than it should. I think some of the processes are running faster than we would expect. And so we're getting like late game stuff when we should be getting early game stuff. Or we're getting the late game stuff much faster. Because the game runs in real time. Except when you're in a conversation, I think is the only time when you're in a conversation, when you're in certain submenus, the rest of the time the game runs in real time. So, like, traveling, menuing, changing your equipment, and all that stuff is happening in real time. So if real time is running way faster than we expect, I think the game has an internal time limit. Not time limit, but, like, certain events advance, right? And if you're not advancing your power and career at the same speed, you become Anyway, I also think that might affect how quickly enemies can shoot at you. Because they are way deadlier than I've ever seen. But what we need to do is... it might take a minute for me to figure this out. Because we need to... find the correct PCM folder. Windows has done this thing where I had a shortcut for PCM, and it's ignoring the shortcut for PCM and instead opening two different PCMs that I used recently, but they're not the one that I used most recently, and they're not useful. Okay, we're going to switch off of a socket 7. Let's see if we can use an Award 486 DX33. We need to reset up the BIOS because it's going to be missing everything. And we want a BIOS that supports a bunch of this like auto shit. If we go too late in the if we go too late in the do we want a serial port? I think we do. Oh, this is also fine. Yeah, that game would run like shit on an AT. It would run like shit on an XT. I don't think it would run on an XT. Pretty sure it wouldn't run on an XT, in fact. Does this BIOS know about CD-ROMs? No. This computer is a great deal slow. Why do you say you have parallel ports? You're not supposed to have parallel ports. Fine. Let's see how it runs. Almost certainly not. Do we have sound? We have sound. Unlock my balls.
Time lock defect terminated. Normal space restored.
Okay. The durable tech. Again, we meet my balls. Okay. We have a mouse cursor now. I don't think we did before. Alright, we can test the... We can test the combat hypothesis. Well, we had a mouse driver before, and we didn't have a mouse cursor before, which is weird.
Establishing standard orbit.
Okay, there's nobody at Chaos anymore. Okay. That's weird. Makes Metal?
Leaving standard orbit.
I hope Makes Metal has a comment.
Establishing standard orbit.
Ursor
They've
planets
lowered their shield.
always look like shit. Okay. Reducing assistance provided by the Slime Felonies to the whole. Felonies know that the courage of the As My Butthole proves alliance not all pedestrian use and scum. Oh! The... Huh. Felonies have joined, for some reason. Spy mission on Cam 0. Which I can't do. 2 Korok cruisers. Alphard.
We are being hailed.
Procyon system. Rukba. Acubens. Algol or Menkalina. Altair 2. Okay.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
Save game and return. Navigate known space. Uninhabited. Altair 2.
Leaving standard orbit.
Okay, so now I need to know.
Establishing
I
standard
need to
orbit.
know if they'll be like impossible to fight.
They've engaged their weapon systems.
Okay. Okay. Don't play this on a Pentium. It seems. Hello. Ask about Korok. Korok fiend attacked the Akuben system without warning. They destroyed most of our fleet. Makes my fervorous to think of them. Only the daring Granger Hunter O'Bren saved what few ships were left to form the Alliance. Now we fight against the NCR's attempt to enslave the galaxy. What do you got? Anything good? Nothing good. I don't know if the comm cloak jammer is good. O'Bren. Nath O'Bren? I honor your courage, my balls. Okay, can we give him facts? Walks home world. Ask about person. Walks home world. No. Okay. Give fact. Well done, my balls. Okay. Okay, so we got a fact for that. So we have to exchange, we have to give facts sometimes. Where is my uh order of archive, order of Klee, Star of Blue Lake, $20 bill. I thought we had one from these guys. Do we not have a... Huh. Hey, look, there's the aloe vine for my balls. Ask about MCR. Guides all Korax. I'm using scouts such as Bob Cloakley-Mar. Believe the few Korok that have managed to stay independent. Oh. Few Korok have managed to stay independent. They might help defeat the MCR, but I have no... Good to see such Korok, nor have we learned more from the Altec Hawker. There we go. Tell me about the Altec Hawkers. No other being knows as much, but you pay a price for their knowledge in boredom. They come from the Sulafat system, Sector 2-0 originally, but can be found pretty much near almost any planet in space, even near our Arden systems. Ask about Sulafat. This is what I needed. Why bother going there? You'll get bored of the Altec Hawker. Perfect. That's what we wanted. All right. We're making meaningful progress already.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
We're making meaningful progress already. Save game and return. Navigate. System map. We want to go to 2-0. Sulafat. Sulafat 1.
Leaving standard orbit.
You can't be a bad guy in this because the bad guys are the Korok and the Bellicosians, and they view you as an enemy, so you can't... You can only momentarily trade with them or, like, interact with them. There we go. Telepathic beings who absorb energy and information. Okay. Now we get a fact right off the bat.
Lone Bunky Team 1. Lone Bunky Team 1.
I'm going to give them all the facts we can, which I don't think will do much. I've heard that Arden story before, but Bryn O'Keefe has it quite wrong. The place you call Hawking Station is really nothing more than an archaic amusement form. However, I'm sure that Arden would tell you differently if you were trying to read that fact to her.
Ganti, Lone Monkey, Trondelo, Ni
Not only a short time ago.
Ganti, Quinoa, Trondelo, Ni Ganti,
I don't know why they are tolerated.
Lone Monkey, Team 1. Winter Grelowning.
Okay, we got all that. Ask about the Korok.
Team 1, Lefnebung, Ganti, Kiamon,
So you have an interest in the Korok.
One
The Altec Hawker share common minds. Different individuals study different races. The Altec Hawker near the Menkalina system in Sector 3-4 in Korok space is most knowledgeable about the Korok. Okay, so we want... Menkalina 3-4 and Aldebaran 1-5. Okay. That's excellent. That's excellent news. Let's ask about the felonies. The ideas continue to exaggerate their importance. They're disgustingly attached to their substantial shapes. Serious 4-5. So each different Altec Hawker has different information that you can get from them. And we mostly want the felonies, Bellicosian, and Korok. A particular study of an Altec Hawker in the Menkalina system. Did you know... No, really? Studies and lightning observed. They prey on trade ships, taking what they need. If a Bellicosian has a full hull, it's impossible to communicate. It's easy to offend a friendly Bellicosian, not that the Altec Hawker worry about that. Absorb energy, making destruction virtually impossible. Ask about... We're going to ask about the leaders of factions, particularly. He's probably going to refer us to the Menkalina and Aldebaran ones. Deal with the communication malfunctions. In fact, the MCR is less reasonable than the Bellicosian leader, who's prone to fire at almost anything. Not that they could ever do an Altec Hawker harm, since energy would be absorbed and put to more productive uses. I don't know who the Bellicosian leader is. But we want to know about... Who is the leader of... Is it Medina? Let's ask about the less 10. Now, your mention of the last 10 reminds me of some fascinating information about the Arden. So the Arden were once a divided race, disorganized like most physical beings. It was actually the appearance of the Ursor on the Arden homeworld that helped the Arden reconcile the differences between the nation-states of Bian and Uran. We need to get, about walks homeworld. Brings up a topic that's quite enlightening. The Ursor, as you may know, are disgustingly physical beings. They have little appreciation for the technology that provides them with space travel and adapted their ships to continue to sleep under the stars and carry all personal organic items intact. Due to in part to their own destruction of their previous homeworld, Richland shores, the Altec Hawker near Arcturus system, No 163 in Sector 61, continues to study the Ursor as well as the felonies. So, Arcturus 6-1. Tell me about the Chanticleer.
Learn funky live one day,
The special study of Altec Hawker near Gris, one of the former Altec Hawker worlds. Kids also live in space and are quite rational organic beings. They use a primitive material technology that is not without merit. You see, they grow crystals which they use to manufacture their star station Second Harmony. Crystals are used in everything from their crystal Velos missiles to Weblon crystal thread. Gris. He didn't give coordinates, did he? Did we ask about the Musin? Quite exciting, this Musin. It's impossible for most beings to tell a female from a male. Indeed, the color of the Musin cloaks denotes family members, but their names are a combination of public name and a title. Lee, Klo, or Mar, which translates as fighter, spy, or traitor. Her real name is kept secret, as the fact that they wear spotted underwear. However, the Altec Hawker near Paloma has made a full study of the Musin and could communicate more information. Right. The Parum. You don't like the Parum, right? Totally obsessed with obtaining any physical object that crosses their path. They occupy the Alpheka system. It's enlightening to note that while the Parum are members of the Alliance, they do very little fighting. They managed to establish fairly good trade with the Shasa, who quite value the Parum's Argyle Sooks. That's funny. But now we've learned about the Shasa. Oh, I'm glad you brought them up, for the Shasa is a misunderstood species. Why their Ursor neighbors are quite unaware of even the most basic cultural difference. For example, the Shasa length of name denotes their rank in society. Shasa have great difficulty distinguishing one alien from another. Quite fascinating. Of course, the Altec Hawker never forget any physical being. Well, almost never. Hello, Questark. These guys are like the info dump dudes. But you need them because having the information is the way that you finish the game. Okay, it just gives you the general Musin thing. What do you think about Secrets of the Galaxy? Substantial beings. Transmission of enlightening knowledge is accomplished so much more efficiently by verbal means. The Musin effort to at least compile some worthwhile information is at least commendable. It's possible for even a physical being such as yourself to become more advanced through the exchange of facts. The path of knowledge and the occupation that best serves all. Okay. The Altec Hawker, using cloaks, Shasa. Okay, we got 2 new facts from this dude, which is good. Give fact is different than ask about. Because it can trigger them to give you a fact in return more easily. What do you know about Earth? Champagne. Okay. What can you tell me about voodoo? What can you tell me about Macabola? I suppose a material might find it exciting to learn more of the Alliance systems, but really it is much more exciting to discuss the troubles between the Korok and almost every other organic race. Do you know that while the Korok and Alliance have agreed not to explore the 9 systems that lay between them, both sides spent a good deal of time there? The Korok regard the neutral zone as already part of Korok space. It would have been much better to define the neutral zone by sector, but no one asked the Elk-Tech Hawker, did they? Can I ask you about WR4000? Or are you just going to give me the regular thing? Okay. We gotta go talk to... We gotta go talk to the Mechalina or Aldebaran Altec Hawkers.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
Save game. Okay, navigate. Three, 4. Menkalina. Camu and 3 unidentified planets. We'll try the outermost
Leaving
one.
standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Bingo. Got him. Ah, my balls. You again visit the Altec Hawker. May I extend greetings? Almost looks like it says griefings because of the G. Tell me about the Korok. This is your specialty. Fascinating study, the Korok. Do you know much about them? No, I don't. Hello, Mendel. To make a long story short, they created Bellicosian raiders. You see, the Korok pushed the Bellicosians off their homeworld, throwing them into space raiders. During that process, the Bellicosians acquired sufficient Korok technology to become nomads of space. I still respect the Korok, you know, for they only speak with respected enemies. Have you met a Bellicosian? Yes, I have. Ah, well then you have a good idea what they are like. I'd recommend not approaching one unless you have the spikes of the last one. Bellicosian badge of distinction. They are rather hard to come by. I've heard that, heard from Musen traders that they have found some on an old Bellicosian homeworld. In fact, I believe one was traded not long ago to some felonies preacher, or was that to some felonies in the far reaches? Oh well, not that much. Not that such physical substances really matter very much. Badge of last one. Or Bellicosians. Ask about. Didn't add it to my thing because I haven't seen it. Okay, that's fine. Spikes of the last one. Really? That too would be more interesting than the spikes of the last one. Although a far more fascinating subject would be to find a WR4000 willing to trade a few fascinating facts. Tell me about the WR4000. Those Korok are not really so fascinating as some believe. In fact, they are far too predictable, I believe. It all comes from them having been reprogrammed by the MCR. You know, or at least most of them have been reprogrammed. Well, tell me about the ones that haven't been. Tell me about the MCR. And you should make a trip to the Aldebaran system with the Korok refer to Sector 5. He's made a full study. I find the Bellicosians far more enlightening. Well, tell me about the Bellicosians.
The
Bellicosians are a particular study of an Altacocker near the Mankalina system. Complete nomads. I know that. Well, you might not know that the Bellicosians are a male-dominated society. Young male and females hunt in small raider ships. When they come of breeding age, they may retire to a pod home. The authority within that rarely happens. Bellicosians prefer to raid for what they need. Most beings help others who are attacked by a raider. It is a good precaution to reward any assistance with a gift of trade goods. You can't have too many friends. Is there anyone else? We can ask about. Can we ask about the last one? We're interested in mythical beings, a fascinating subject. It's quite remarkable how most organic beings seem to enjoy the invention of characters such as the Lost One, who do not really exist. Of course, the Altacocker prefer to deal in factual information, so much more fascinating. What do you know about the last 10, which sounds very similar to the last one?
Okay,
yeah, that's fine. Same thing as the other guy. Okay. We need to go to the Mankalina Auroch.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
Navigate Mankalina, which is in 3, 4. Wait, this is Mankalina. You're the guy!
Leaving standard orbit.
Jerk. Is there another Altacocker here?
Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit.
I haven't met Altacocker before.
Establishing standard orbit.
Yeah, so it is Camo 3 in Mankalina. Let's try the one in Aldebaran 1.5. Hopefully also on the outer edge of the system.
Leaving standard orbit.
Altacocker?
Establishing standard orbit.
Ah, my balls. You again visit the Altacocker. May I extend greetings? Ask about the Korok. Interesting topic. Dispute whether or not they actually began this Korok alliance conflict. The Korok claimed they're the victims of alliance aggression. In fact, it really was the Korok who attempted to claim larger planets, and then a few Ursor planets, so on, with the other material races. But all this bickering over physical rocks in space is so juvenile. Okay, can you tell me about WR4000? Oh, those WR4000 Korok are not very interesting. They have some intelligence, but far less than a WR5000. No, those are fascinating, Korok. Very destructive, I'll grant you, but only to physical beings. Can you tell me about WR5000s? Yes.
Team 1, Nayrat Rondo, Nif 1,
Quite interesting.
Bin Wine.
There are a number of them loose in the galaxy, although far more WR4000 Korok have been manufactured. WR4000 are frequently used as planetary supervisors. The MCR has the capability to override almost any Korok within a huge radius. This gives the MCR virtually total control over all Korok actions, and why the Korok are so aggressive. Okay, can you tell me about the MCR?
Quinoa, Grandelo, Team 1, Winter, Greloni.
Oh yes, the MCR is quite fascinating to discuss, but not as fascinating as the WR6000. That is a most unusual Korok. It is a reprogrammed Korok, of course. It has enormous destructive capabilities. The MCR saw to that. It is unusually intelligent and independent for a Korok. It is too bad that its belligerence makes communication so difficult. Tell me about the WR6000.
Winter, Kiamon, Nayrat, Lefontaine, Lempunky, Winter, Kiamon.
Oh, so you've heard about the WR6000. That is the newest type of Korok. The only one of its kind currently. It's quite superior to the WR5000. Perhaps you did not know this, but the WR5000 is opposed to cruisers, very destructive, those WR5000s. Though they, like most Koroks, will occasionally engage in trade for some types of physical substance. What else? What else can I ask about? Unfortunately, 100% of the retro audience on Twitch is Swedish, as far as I can tell. Tell me about Mangalina. Some uninteresting place in Korok space. What can you tell me about Aldebaran? Okay, you won't tell us much about that.
Lempunky, Team 1.
Okay. Nothing particularly useful there. Can you tell me about this?
Bin Wine, Tuwa, Lefnebung, Dwando, Lefontaine, Bin Wine,
Beings.
Nayrat, Tuwa, Dwando, Lefnebung, Nifwan.
Okay.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
Save
Initiating
game.
warp field time lock effect.
Okay. Okay. Where did it say? Did it say? Did it say where the Shasa worlds are? Well, we can go to Macapola to get our reward
Leaving
now.
standard orbit.
We saved that one ship. I have 20 quietest missiles, too, so, like, as long as I don't die, I can win any combat.
Establishing standard orbit.
Communicate.
They've lowered their
Planetary
shield.
Comnet. Volunteers needed for a spy mission. Xena shot in the Alphard system. 6-5. Procyon system. Hunter visor riding D to my balls. My butthole showed valiant service in destroying Korok Cruiser 5215 for this assistance, a complement of Hunter missile. Grun cattle. Search and destroy. Alderamin. ETA. Aldebaran or Trianguli. Vector 1, 2. Okay, so we don't have any specific ones. I don't have a spy. Riatek, Pensha, Wusha. Woosha, woosha. I got you all in check. Adventure. Poor fool, you better get your ship plenty of missiles then. A good Felonese or Chanticleer missile loader. They make the best in the galaxy. Okay, ask about, what do you know about the Shasa? Dangle faces, Shasa. They're the touchiest, most confusing rattle-brain aliens. Rather than trade with the top lofty Finese than them, the Granger Trader thinks you can make good trades with them. They mine a good deal of ore, you know. I believe they hold some planets out in Sector 4, too. So do you want to trade? Yes. Do you have anything good? No. Will you take anything that I have? I don't have any more chocolate. How about fermented Jara? That would make it... See, you can only ever trade these things for, like... Okay. Gibren is not good at trading. 4-2.
Initiating warp field time lock effect. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Yai guy.
Leaving standard orbit.
Unfortunately, this game doesn't necessarily conform to the, like, habitable zones
Establishing standard orbit.
thing, so you can't, like...
Leaving standard
You
orbit.
can't guess at where homeworlds might be based on their distance from the star.
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Sen Yai Fan. Okay. We got one. Plajara Medtord. See? It's already in Swedish. Eh? Sablog you Jeffby? What do we got? Phenosteris meat, cobalt, jelly ant, Orbot. None of these are anything good. Do you want some Grun cattle? Silver. One silver for 3 Grun cattle? Okay. Gesunsid. Sol single gas. The Volm follow. Teachings verbal Faraden the Volm sta lonton. Thou path. Okay. Is the Volm a person? Thou path is a person. Of. Learn the Volm of. Shasa all follow Jabberwan Sengelgaz. The Volm of. Faraden young to Stabai. Oh, Lonton. Okay, I got it. Alien Sengelgaz is the Volm. Hello, XZS32. This is English, believe it or not. 6. Where are we right now? The draw system? Okay, that's the Shasa place. Okay. So that's just like their default response. fine. They have cool ships, though. I love their ship design. Let's get out of here before they get hostile. But we know where they are now. So let's go back to Macabola? Blue Lake Shores is... Blue Lake Shores is closer.
Leaving standard orbit.
I also don't know, like... The star map isn't laid out in a way that I can figure out, like, where Korok space is compared to...
Establishing standard
Compared
orbit.
to...
They've lowered their
Alliance
shields.
space? Okay, let's look at the planetary comnet and see which ones we can under attack in the Alphard system. In the Alphard system. Okay. Where is Alphard? Dana. So you have a translator on your ship, and when you talk to specifically the Shasa, you can't fully understand them. They use like some concepts that are too alien. And why can't I find the Alphard system? There it is. Oh, there's a lot of planets. Okay, whatever.
Leaving standard orbit.
It's like Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra, you know?
Establishing standard orbit.
Okay.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Regular aliens. Ah, my balls. So you have the courage to face No Clothes Senior Commander, the SSA Valiant again. Going to trade? Yes. Do you have anything? Ooh, Flake'em Flake. I need a spy bot. Quartz shield booster or quietest missile? I have more than two. Yeah, let's do it. Oh, 'tis a deal, my balls. Ask about the Musen. The Musen are only the most heroic, bravest members of the Alliance and excellent producers of scanner technology. You have a good scanner? Oh, I already have a Super Seek scanner, right? I think. Scanners have detected felonies decoration that you carry. Are you a friend of those villainous, mayhap? Of course not. Good. Those contemptible felonies are almost worse than those dastardly Korok. Yeah, did you know that I also have... Hold on, where is it? Let me show you what I've got, buddy. The Secret Order of Klee. It's the highest honor the Musen can bestow and only given to those who prove worthy of the title. Klee, great fighter. What is this? You are the my balls who wears the Star of Blue Lake? Well, 'tis an honor to talk with such a hero. All right, tell me about... There's a couple things here that I want to know about. Tell me about the Master Control Robot. Oh, he's happy. Ah, those Yahoo Korok. I know they're up to no good. They want to learn the story of the WAP so that they can launch an attack which will destroy the Alliance. Okay, can you tell me about the WR-6000? It's the most villainous Korok to fly space, that WR-6000. The MCR has posted it now in Sector 2-6, but that MCR varlet is just waiting for the right time, then it will launch a full invasion of Alliance space. WR-6000... 2-6. Okay. I want to know what you think of the less 10. The fine story Ardens tell about their immortal less 10. Less 10 who taught the Arden their way of life, the way of less. Much as our own Sidhikli taught us Musen our most valiant ways. That's what I wanted to know. Sidhide. Tell me about Sidhide. Is one of the greatest of Musen heroes. Led the Musen from our first homeworld into space. At least that's the legend we Musen know. For no time now. There's goods to be lifted for the Alliance. What ho? Okay. People, objects, races, and places show up in your list of topics, but you can also give people facts, and those facts
lowered their shield.
Those facts will encourage them to give you more facts of their own through like a separate channel.
Establishing standard orbit. Initiating warp field time lock effect.
Okay. We're looking for a specific set of cruisers and... We're looking for a specific set of cruisers and,
Establishing standard orbit.
one enemy. We're gonna need to trade for a bot booster of some kind. I think that Ursor will have a good bot booster. Work hard bot booster should be good enough. But we need it for the spy bot.
Establishing standard orbit.
Okay.
Leaving standard orbit.
One of these planets is going to have a big combat encounter, or it should. I don't know if we'll survive the big combat encounter.
Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit.
Although what can happen is you see a mission on the board, and by the time you get to the location of the mission has expired.
Establishing standard orbit.
Here's a cruiser.
They've engaged their weapon systems.
We got a shot off.
Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Armor repaired.
We're using a Super Seek. Tangle Jammer might be better. We've got a Tracker and Mighty Fence. Okay.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon systems.
Yeah, they can still get a shot off real quick.
Repair
that
of our
takes
ship's
off, like,
armor commencing.
75% of our armor.
Armor repaired. Initiating warp field time lock effect. Leaving standard orbit.
We might get blown up here.
Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon systems.
All right.
Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Armor repaired.
I think the mission expired. We've done every planet in Alphard, I think.
Leaving standard orbit.
We might have started on 9, so we'll check 10. No, I think we started on 10.
Establishing standard orbit.
Oh, okay. Go back to
Leaving
Macabola.
standard orbit.
Check the list again. Did I say hello, Waxfield? Hello,
Establishing
Waxfield.
standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Hey, Saber Viper. Two Korok cruisers. Alphard system. Okay. Procyon system in 5-5. Okay, we'll try 5-5. That first quest
Initiating
seems
warp
to be
field
bugged.
time lock effect.
Deep for a DOS game. DOS games tend to be deep in my experience. I mean, compared to console games. 5-5? How many planets?
We are being hailed.
I don't want to talk to you.
Leaving standard orbit.
Stoner o'clock. Okay, so there's going to be a Bellicosian here
Establishing
somewhere.
standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Luftshaw's was supposed to be
Leaving
under
standard
attack
orbit.
somewhere, but now they're there.
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields. Leaving standard orbit.
Imagine if I played
Establishing standard orbit.
first encounters on stream. Old one. All right. These are Bellicosians.
They've engaged their weapon systems. They've launched a projectile.
All right.
Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Armor repaired.
I don't know if that was the correct thing, but let's go to
Leaving standard
Macanuda
orbit.
and find out. 'Cause I think this will have a comnet.
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Brendel. What is Brendel? I turned down the speed of the... simulation. I still take like 1 or 2 hits and I'm dead. What do you think about the Shasa? You can barter with those color high Shasa. You can learn to communicate them and understand that Volm of theirs. And we get their help fighting those Korok Tin Bucket. Do you have anything good? Spackum fruit. For Grun Cattle. And a silk gooseberry. Sure. Person. Do you think it's a person? Is Volm a person or is Volm a... Object? Is the Volm an object? That we know about, anyway? The Volm. Well, I've heard of the Volm, but understanding is another thing. The Shasa are always going on about it, and I believe it's supposed to be some code that they follow. Rather odd code, if you ask me. The Ursor friends. Well done, my balls. Okay. We were able to trade Grun Cattle to the Shasa, which might be useful. Anyway, we want to talk to the Planetary Comnet. Dina Shah. Angela came in a D. Rosian system breathes easier knowing that the Bellicosian warlord Carrel's ship, the Bold One, has been out of action. Highest decoration. First Trader of Space. Please also accept the compliment of Hunter missiles for my butthole. Korok cruisers 5252 and 777 in Ruckbach. Alright, we'll do Ruckbach next.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
Where was Ruckbuck? It was like... I think it was in a 2-star system? Yeah, Ruckbuck. Only 5 planets. That should be fine.
Leaving standard orbit.
777? The quietest missiles kill everything in one shot. So far.
Establishing standard orbit.
I had double things.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
These are the guys we want to fight.
They've engaged their weapon systems.
Oh, interesting. The window capture captures it smoothly, but the game capture does not. Odd. Dania is 152, Makabola is 137. What's closer? Harmony.
Leaving standard orbit.
There's a lot going on in this game, and almost none of it is explained. I'm making huge leaps of logic
Establishing standard orbit.
to figure out some of this stuff. That's Makabola for outstanding bravery in action by my balls.
They've
My
lowered
butthole,
their
a full
shield.
Alliance fighter with a complement of 10 Crystal Velos missiles, a Mighty Fence booster, a Corsair engine booster, a Chanticleer Argus crystal scanner, a Musin Spiff shipbot booster, Perump Rillium collector cases. In the name of the Alliance, congratulations, my balls. Our highest commendation for eliminating Korok Cruiser 5252 for its action against Korok complement Ardent Hunter missiles and Grun Cattle. That's it? Comnet? Fire Flash is under attack. in the Alderamin system. Okay. 2 Korak cruisers have crossed. Alliance vessels. Orianus system. Cogent ships by the Mighty One in Sirius. Bryn O'Keefe. Tau Ceti 05. Urgent top secret equipment must be transferred from Makabola to the program planet Sparry. In the Chara system, there's 2 things in the Chara system. Okay, in Sector 03. Spy mission. Spy mission. Castor system. Okay. O3 is pretty 1-5. There's so many missions.
We are being hailed.
Ardania. There's a hidden Musin planet in Korok space? In somewhere in Sector 5. Congratulating my balls on the disruption of the Korok aggression through destruction of Cruiser 2060. Hunter missiles, first trader of space. How do you know? Okay. Energy fence boosters. DC cotton to my balls. Put some aloe on my balls. That Tug. Wait, that's the dude. That's the guy. That's the dude who has some information.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
2, 3. In calf. Okay.
Leaving standard orbit.
We saved it, right?
Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit.
We want to talk to Tube.
Establishing
Maybe it's
standard
pronounced
orbit.
Q. Like Hugh.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've
No.
engaged their weapon
No,
systems.
talk to me. Fuck off. God damn it. Who blew me up? They were all dead.
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored.
Log.
They've lowered their shields.
Search. Rin. Next. Sector 05. Tau said he has a lot of planets.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Ventures.
Initiating warp field time lock
That's not
effect.
what I wanted. Who are you? Bob Cloaklymar. Why are you mad? What do we have here? Is this the alien my balls that Bob Cloaklymar sees? Yes, it is. How much have I heard of you? My balls from Arden Traders near Newfound. And Gris. Ask about music. Must work, Gravis, blah, 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 blah. Trade, yes. Do you have... No. Oh, this might be good. I don't think we have one of these yet, right? Argus Crystal Scanner. 2 for 1? Sure. What can you tell me about the WR6000? I don't know much about that nefarious WR6000 other than programming into it, making the most villainous of all Korok, not one to face without the strongest of ships. Of course not. Hello, Doom Slayer. What do you know about the Master Control Robot? Paladin Eld Clo. Okay. Okay, that makes him happy. Slum Gubbin. Dizzard. He doesn't care about that. Keith. Okay. Rump will trade for anything. Okay. Okay. Is the Siege Shield Booster better than what I have? No, it's much worse.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit.
Why is Tau Ceti 4 known?
Establishing
There might have
standard orbit.
been like an Amiga version or something. I'm unsure.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon
Wrong
systems.
missiles. Okay. I need to die.
Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Repair of our ship's scanner commencing.
Yeah, this is a very strange
Repair
sort of
of
game.
our ship's jammer commencing. Repair of our ship's weapons commencing. Weapons repaired. Shields repaired. Engine repaired.
You okay? All right. Now we'll go to
Leaving standard
Ardania
orbit.
because I think we can get a. I think we can get a. We can get a diplomatic pouch at Ardania or something.
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Fire Flash, 2 Korok cruisers, Bellicosian ships. My butthole has proven well worth the parts for me to make it operational. Thanks, my balls. Your aid to destroy it was invaluable. Grun cattle and on roses. Cruiser, urgent top secret equipment. From Macabola to Spiri. Okay, so we have to do. Stealth tech. Korok ship carrying supplies, cruisers. Ardania to the hidden Musin planet. Sector 5 systems. Arden diplomatic pouch being on safe arrival. Authorized to planet Comnac. Regarding delivery protocol. Okay, time lock.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
Okay, so where is the hidden... hidden in Sector 5 systems. Twin Shores, New Home 3. Blue Lake Shores, Makeland New. Those are empty. Those are empty. These are... They don't mean, like...
Leaving standard orbit.
What do they mean? How do I know which one is the correct planet?
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields. We are being hailed.
Macabola to spare.
Leaving standard orbit.
When they say Sector 5, do
Establishing
they mean
standard orbit.
5-5?
They've lowered their shields.
Local message and assault ship's valuable alliance prize should be given to Puvuk Frank. Communicate with the planet representative. There he is. Just a quick shine. Beaujolais. Give object. Top secret parts. Top secret equipment. So it's nice of you to bring us all the way from the Arden. Not that I think them Sawney Ardens would come up with something other than this WAP thing, which I think for something that's supposed to be so powerful ain't seen by no one. Clearly this mission posting already can give you such orders, maybe these puffomatics in this Rillium collector case. If I tell you that the Perump will trade for anything, could not put it more nicely than that. Okay, well let's trade facts. I'll tell you something. Nothing is so fine as our Argyle such than any hand jokes about. That'd be nice. So you get free items sometimes if they notice that you have their award. He doesn't know any of that stuff. Did these guys have a better shield? It's Ollie. Afflegated rind, Calgulum blood malts, deep squalled squood, instant turbine tune. He's got a mighty fence, a phomatic, Trasonic Hoffelvac. Is actually worth anything? Manganese. Oh yes, I speak manganese. How about 1 for 5? No, actually, you know what? 3 for 20. Let's go. And then also give me the if ship buckets. Rillium collector case. Yep. You got it. Garage, attic. Ward, Ollie, Frank. What do we trade for Mighty Fence? Energy Fence. Yeah, okay. Can I get the energy fences back for something less? Hunter Missile. Maybe not. Basically, we want to start like trading up to more valuable parts whenever we can, because we'll be able to trade them for more missiles, basically. All right, what can we do on the comnet? Fire flash, intelligence reports, cruiser, vessels, volunteer to take a spy mission, intelligence reports, spy mission, cruiser, Borak cruiser, naval computer bank, Arden's under attack. By experimentation, really. Two cruisers and a Vandal. 5-3 in Musin space. Okay, we'll do 5-3.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
If you go to engineering status, you can see the stuff that you have, and like which ones are better or worse. But you have no way of knowing like which is
Leading
which.
standard orbit.
Until you've actually bought one and can equip it. So when you're trading initially, you have no idea.
Standard orbit.
Okay. Hard Star.
Leading standard orbit.
Okay, we're expecting that there's going to be some Korok ships somewhere
orbit.
here.
They've lowered their shields.
Communicate ship food carry. What race are you? Ursor? You have anything good? Farm bots. Oh, maybe you have... Damn, he doesn't... I need a bot booster. Can you tell me if I ask you stuff like this? My balls get I want to know what the Ursor... Will Richland Shores tell me about it? I want him to tell me who the mythical figure is for the Ursor. Lastborn Shores talk best story of Ursor, old homeworld. Sad story. Ursor never tire of hearing. That story many times ago on Ursor and Shores. Ursor make brass glass, take much technology, take much from land, make Richland Shores less rich, less trees, less clear streams. Ursor grow food now, better for land. Who did he say tells the story? Lastborn Shores. Speaks for Ursula of Easy Grow Land and Arcturus system. You go visit. I have my travel Skyfire tell yours where Easy Grow Land is. Okay. So Easy Grow Land might get it to give it for me. Okay. Let's share facts. Goodbye. Wait, this is Richland Shores. Shit. This is the planet that the Ursor ruined with their technology.
Standard orbit.
Previously inhabited. Dense chlorine, sulfur dioxide, and methane atmosphere.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit.
I think there's two systems in this sector. We have to see if it's
standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Let's just double check if Secret Musin Planet isn't just New Home 3, which is, I think, their main planet.
Establishing standard orbit.
Oh, Bren, is that a... Do you have a bot booster? No, you don't. Damn it. Communicate. Comnet. Okay, so that's not the secret planet.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
There we go.
They've engaged their weapon systems.
Okay. Next cruiser.
Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Weapons repaired. Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Armor repaired.
Okay.
Initiating warp field time lock effect. Leaving standard orbit.
We can wrap that mission up at New Home.
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Claw. Terminal Cape class. Super Seek scanners. Super Seek are the best scanners. Very much. About 8 for 5. Spark and Box fixed metal can be traded to the felonies for Quietus missiles. I think I'm running kind of low on Quietus missiles. Okay, now Gallant. You're not. I need to see if any of these guys have that thing. Masked Bodunk crate. Orbot aquatic kit. Tangle Jammer. I only have one. I can do Secret 2 Maloader, because I'm using the tracker. Maloader, sure. You might be able to tell me spikes of last one. Once anything from this can even to be left in peace. It said the Musin would have it, right? Alderamin in 2-1. Alderamin. That's a lot of planets. Boreanis in 1-2. There's only 3 in the
Leading standard
system.
orbit.
I guess the 2
Establishing
Korok
standard
cruisers and a
orbit.
Vandal.
They've engaged their weapon systems.
Hello, Mimic Box. Happy Easter.
Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Armor repaired. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
I died. I don't know when the last time I saved it was. I believe the game crashed. Oh, salvage bar. The game crashed. When did I save it last? This is a 486.33. Can we slow it down any more, maybe? We can do like an SX16 even. Where did I last save it? I'm usually pretty
Time
good
loss
about
effect terminated. Normal space restored.
usually pretty good about saving it, but okay, yeah, it was just
Leaving
here.
standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Actually, I want to know something. 2-6.
Leaving standard orbit.
I want to know if we can find the WR6000 and destroy it. Or maybe communicate with it. Who knows?
Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Leaving
Hey,
standard
we
orbit.
found it. We found it.
Establishing standard orbit.
Hello, Master Ship. Look who it isn't. The Master Control Robot. Master Control Robot to unidentified alien ship. Organic life form detected on board. Prepare for destruction. You can't talk to him.
They've engaged
Guardian.
their weapon systems.
Anyway, he blew us up. The Master Ship might be invincible.
Time loss effect terminated. Normal space restored. Repair of our ship's shields commencing.
Okay. Navigate. 2-6. Was it like 3?
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon systems.
Oh.
With a Master Control Robot destroyed, the Corps have reverted to their intended role as faithful servants. Your brave actions have made you a hero throughout the galaxy. Well done.
It's been a pleasure serving with you, Captain.
Just climbing out into space. Well, I won. I feel like in maybe not the intended manner. I feel like that might not have been the intended way to win the game. And then it just dumps you out to DOS. Good. Nah, that's somebody else. We're the mysterious person in the helmeted space
Time
suit.
loss effect terminated. Normal space restored.
Okay, so 263 is the place. We're gonna go to 262.
Leaving standard orbit.
There's another way to win the game. I don't know if it's a different ending.
Establishing standard orbit. Initiating warp field time lock effect.
So we're going to time lock effect here. We're going to navigate
Leaving
to
standard orbit.
Achenar 3, which is Loston.
Establishing standard orbit.
And we're going to enter the gateway. Select grouping.
We cannot get past this force field, sir.
The ship was destroyed. Okay, so...
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored. Leaving standard orbit.
There's a way to get in, and I don't know how.
Establishing standard orbit.
I'm going to do one other thing first, which is communicate with Guardian. Guardian is the WR6000. Ah, missing keyword. Missing keyword.
They've engaged their weapon systems.
We're done.
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored.
Now, what I gotta figure out is... And you have a very short amount of time to do this, because as soon as you arrive, they'll begin targeting you. Or, like, there's like a countdown, when they'll start, like,
Establishing
messing
standard
with
orbit.
you. We want to navigate enter gateway. I don't know how you select grouping, or like how this works. Green 5? Green 4? Green 3? Blue 5? Blue 2?
We cannot get past this force field, sir.
So you need to select the correct grouping for each one, but I don't know how you learn the correct grouping. Salvage bar, thank you for the 3-stream streak.
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored.
Now, can we navigate to Loston?
Leaving standard orbit.
And then navigate to LTEC Hawker 1 and ask LTEC Hawker 1 about Loston. That's the
Establishing
other
standard
question.
orbit.
Navigate known systems. Inhabited LTEC. Oh, come on. Uninhabited. Fucking. Was 0 cool? Okay. Gris Paloma Tech.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Okay, now that we've seen... Now that we've seen Loston, we can ask about location Loston. Somewhere in here. The Achernar system. Achernar translates roughly in some ancient tongue as end of the river. There's some interesting legends about that system, which proves how faulty mere physical memory can be. It is now a place more of myth now than memory, and to think it once housed the most advanced beings in the galaxy. But the Eltekakar retain a clear memory, for the Eltekakar were wise enough to leave behind all limitations of organic form. Yeah, tell me about Loston, though. I want to know about Loston. What's the password to Loston?
Team 1, Drando, Kielmo, Lefnebung. Team 1, Lefnebung, Ganti, Kielmo, Ni, Lefondai, Drando. Team 1, Ganti, Lefnebung. Lone Bunky, been wine.
Oh, I can ask you about the Vom also.
Tifole, Team 1, Mondo, Drando.
Remarkable oral tradition has been following for millennia. It's so complex now that it takes the young Shasta 4 decades to master its entire contents. Only then can that Shasta take place. Take its place in society. Okay, that's not helpful. How do you get more information? Oh, wait. What about the WAP?
Winter, Grelowning, AI, Nera, Ni, Winter, Team 1, Grelowning, AI, Lefondai, Winter.
Yeah, that's not helpful. There's something else. What was the other thing I needed to ask him about? Can you tell me anything about spikes of the last one?
Kielmo, been wine, Winter, AI, Ni, Kielmo, Winter, been wine, Nera, Team 1, Drando, Kielmo.
You suck. So I don't know how...
Leaving standard orbit.
I don't know how you get the information about the lost in groupings.
Establishing standard orbit.
Tu voulais, tu vois, ni moi.
None of that's helpful. There's different...
Nei rot bin waing, left na bung, tu wa, ni wa.
Yeah, they'll only give you information about the Akinar system.
Left na bung, tu wa, ni wa. Bin waing, nei rot tu wa, live one day.
Yeah, they just start boasting. Can...
Leaving standard orbit.
Can any of the other races give me
Establishing standard orbit.
information about it? The LTEC Hawker, when you ask about the Korok, they tell you to talk to two different LTEC Hawkers. We talked to both of them already. What I want to know is I want to know about Loston. Loston, never heard of such a place. You must mean the Last 10, the place where those immortals sleep. Last 10 taught us the way of beyond, the way of less, a simple life. Still try to practice that life and make it compatible with technology the way Earth should be. I'm going to show those felonies actually give you a decoration, blah, blah, blah. Okay. Check
Leaving
the...
standard orbit.
Check with the Chanticleer, maybe?
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
A horrible explosion. Ask about location. Lost it. No information to share on that location. It is a ridiculous topic anyway. See, they like don't... New Home 3?
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
You must mean Lost Home. Musen have legends of a lost home. After leaving, the Musen settled New Home 1, but were pushed off that world by the Korok. It's a good story, but 'tis only a story. Yeah, so you can't... There's a... they're pretty clear that the Eltec Hawker are, like, not as,
Leaving standard orbit.
they're not as all-knowing or as, like, actually good as they present themselves. They're just, like...
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered
They're
their
just
shields.
as flawed as the rest of the races. And it's only their own personal belief that makes them think they're, like, better than everybody. What's that place? Is it, like, supposed to be, like, Loot Stand, the loot planet? That's the place. Question you should pardon, but too many Sawney you've been talking to. This loot stand's a nice story about a place of great hoard. It would entertain an Ursor, maybe, but a real place it's not. So none of them believe that Loston exists. Blue Lake Shores.
Leaving standard
Ursor
orbit.
homeworld. So none of them believe that Loston exists. And they all have different legends about it. The Eltec Hawker won't address it directly.
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Glad to see my balls come. Anyway. We want to know about Loston. Lowstone, place you ask of. That's the place. Lowstone, place of Ursor Tail. Place where technology gifted to Ursor. Technology helped grow food, so Ursor can trade with friends, but also teach Ursor how to destroy worlds. Ursor destroy Old Home. Lowstone only tail, but Ursor use story to teach young danger of technology. Hello, Pavel Dimitra. We're doing good. We won the game via a method that completely obviates the plot. So it's
Leaving
unclear
standard orbit.
how you're supposed to get the, like, real ending.
Establishing
No,
standard orbit.
Earth is separate.
They've lowered their shields.
Hello, Menifer. That's right, it's Menifer.
Lakonna miru hingrap endernya lakatademonia.
Hey, do you want to see my decoration of Mandra?
Fanyakonya kakayane Juanya miru ronkuro hingrap kaneta prenya.
Why'd you hang up? I need to ask you about Loston.
Lakonna miru hingrap endernya lakatademonia.
I need to ask you about Loston.
Tikara puru
I know this place. To me, it sounds like one play a joke and try to tell you a mythical Latan exists on this place.
Leaving standard orbit.
Hello, Space Mister. The felonies are also
Establishing standard
jerks.
orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Okay, we can't talk to that guy. How about this guy? Tell me about Loston. Launton, Sengelgaz, Faraden Levon, servant thou pad from descend. Jaffby Launton, legend, real L. Hello, Cardinal. Sablog, you Jaffby? Yes. What do you got? What do you got? Copper, chlorine, berylliums. Orbot, stonefish. Nothing particularly good. I think that's all of the...
Leaving
I
standard
think
orbit.
that's all the races that we can communicate with. I don't know where there's a Bellicosian planet to talk to the Bellicosians. You can't ask anybody about Loston. They won't tell you anything about it other than
orbit.
then it's like, oh yeah, that's our like mythical planet where the precursors come from. Scanning my butthole. Tell me about location secured by WR 6000, the Guardian, MCR override activated. Destruction. Let's leave.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Ah, my balls. Will you tell me anything different about Loston, or will you be like, Akinar? End of the river. Yeah, see? Alright. We asked the Alta Cocker, we asked the Arden. We haven't asked the Bellicosians. Chanticleer, Korok, Musin, Parump, Felonies, Shasa, and Ursa. We've asked everyone except the Bellicosians. No, really? Catalina 3-4. Got 2's in 2-3. Somewhere in calf, it was like calf 7?
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Can I get to you first? Geebacks, they're like shark people. The first time we've talked to a Bellicosian. Hello, Ragadom. Air Breather, Raider Smasher gives challenge. Forget it. Ask about location. Lost it. Enough. Fill your
They've
ship
engaged
full of
their weapon
missiles.
systems.
Missile. You said your ship was empty.
Repair of our ship's armor commencing.
Oops.
Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Armor repaired.
So I don't know how you. I don't know how you're supposed to get the like. I don't know how you're supposed to
Leaving
get the
standard orbit.
the info.
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields. We are being hailed.
My balls are award-winning. But yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to like figure it out. But basically, what was the system? 2-6. So if you go to Loston,
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Initiating warp field time lock effect.
I like how it's still going even in the time lock. Okay, so if you enter gateway, see gateway status red 4, red 3, and this like cycles, right? Red 5, 2, 5, 3, 4. So I think this is random. Red 1. Okay, let's go red 1. Green 1. So I think it's between 1 and 5.
They've engaged their weapon system.
Oh. We're dead. So it's timed, it's random, and the master ship is always there.
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored.
But like
They've engaged their weapon system.
you can just blow up the master ship and the game crashes, or you get the ending. But I don't know how you're supposed to do the thing normally. I don't know how you're supposed to like figure out what the password is. It's different every time you play the game. Enter the password since it's random and time consuming. Get rid of the master ship without killing it? Because killing it triggers the game-winning condition? Can we kill Guardian and then leave and then come back? Maybe?
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored. They've engaged their weapon systems.
Okay, we got destroyed. And the game crashed. It seems really crash heavy around that area. Maybe I got destroyed. Maybe I got destroyed after I destroyed the other dude's ship. I don't understand. I don't understand. This is what I... Hey, Terravan. This is what I think, like...
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored.
Combat. Track next ship. Oh, there's also a Vandal here, which makes it more complicated.
They've engaged their weapon systems.
Okay, we blew him up.
With a master control robot destroyed, the Corps have reverted to their intended role as faithful servants. Your brave actions have made you a hero throughout the galaxy.
There's an Altec Hawker there, too.
done.
That's cool.
It's been a pleasure serving with you, Captain.
Yeah, you're the guy in the back. I beat the game, but I don't know why. I mean, I know why. I still don't know anything about the plot. I still don't understand, like, how we got here. Like, I understand a bunch of stuff. But that's it. And then you're out. There's a fact from 2002 of someone like trying to figure it out. It appears to have multiple endings. This is the That's the fact. Let's put on some dungeon music. Gameplay, blah blah blah. Lower your shields after each battle. They will not regenerate before the next one. The races. We only talk about, like, they only have, like, some really crappy stuff in the, like, item listings. Facts. There's, like, some hacking shit. Lists all the facts that this person had in their save file? Some of these things I've heard them say but didn't get added to my facts. The Alhena system. Malfunction of the mine supervisor. Yeah, like, this doesn't have hardly any information at all about how to, like, actually find the shit and win the game. Although there's that one mine supervisor thing, right? Alhena. We could try to go to Alhena and talk to a
Time
planet
lock effect terminated.
guy.
Normal space restored. Leaving standard orbit.
It's very confusing.
Establishing standard orbit.
There's Alhena. There's only 3 planets.
Leaving standard
moment.
orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Uh-oh. Graphicus. What have you done? Absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible.
Leaving
Good work,
standard orbit.
Graphicus.
Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
See, there isn't
Leaving standard orbit.
a mine supervisor here, right?
Establishing standard orbit.
Is it one of these ships? EX3? Begin transmission. EX3 sends greetings. Pardon, malfunction, vital component missing. Well, tell me about yourself, EX3. Data on former programming exists in damaged memory banks, unable to access. Ask about the Korok. Korok are an advanced race of robots. They served unsupervised until the MCR was designed and created to control all Korok. Since leaving the planet of origin, the Korok have been reprogrammed by the MCR to protect and serve the Korok. No information available in damaged memory banks. What can you tell me about Loston? Loston is the former homeworld of all Korok who were memory banks damaged. What can you tell me about the Master Control Robot? Master Control Robot was created to control and supervise all Korok. Currently, the MCR is reprogramming all Castle Korok for destructive aggression, while independent Korok are slated for reprogramming and destruction. Damage occurred to memory banks during reprogramming. What can you tell me about the WR6000? Damaged memory banks, unable to access. No need to redeem yourself. The original was excellent as well. So, will the Altec Hawker in Mechanicus know anything about that? I think the giant airplane.
Leaving standard orbit.
That could
be. Establishing standard orbit.
Will this Altec Hawker know anything about EX3? My balls. What can you tell me about EX3? Mention of that EX-Korok reminds me of something. You are perhaps unaware of the fact that controlling Korok has left the MCR overextended. There are far too many Korok now for the MCR to control directly, but there are so many Korok that it looks entirely possible for them to take over all known systems in the galaxy, which may be the very thing to encourage other races towards a proper evolution into
Lone Funky Team 1.
So telling him about EX gives me the... Where is Alhina? I hope that guy doesn't try to attack me. What the hell was it? What the heck is the Alhina system? I swear I was just there. I thought it was in the top right of it. There it is. Alhina 0. Can we then
standard orbit.
Give this fax to EX3 and get something back?
Establishing standard orbit.
Also, he's just in a ship called, like, Supply 7. You can just blow him up and, like, completely break the plot. No, he just data in agreement with programming. See, I don't know, like... I remember running into a silver Korok somewhere as well.
Leaving standard orbit.
I don't get it. I don't get it.
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Look at it. And I said, good car. Heard a lot. Here's what good car. Look at
Shartsblatt. Yeah, see, like...
Hello. Play a tie. Good car. Heard a lot.
I don't care.
Good car. Heard a lot. I took good to the air. And good.
Alderman in 2-1.
Leaving standard orbit.
But yeah, I can't...
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields. Leaving standard orbit.
I'm overburdened. My inventory's too heavy. I have too many items.
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Okay, this one's bugged.
We are being hailed.
This mission's bugged because these people are... Work hard, bot booster. Four for 5. Okay. We have a huge stock of, like, unusable equipment. Most of it is going to be traded for Quietus missiles. But yeah, this is the ship that has the distress call, but they're not actually in distress, so we can't complete that mission. Small alien, my balls. Angle jammer, yeah. Hunter How about 1 for 10? Hunter missiles are worthless. Actually, I should actually trade them all away. So that they're not clogging up my missile inventory. But I need to get more. Oh, Tangle Jammer's the best jammer. We're still missing the best shield and the best Maloder. They've lowered their shields. Okay, so we can't do this fight.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Yeah, Fire Flash is not under attack. Orionis 1-2.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
Okay, there's only 3 planets.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon systems.
Actually,
Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Repair of our ship's scanner commencing. Weapons repaired. Shields repaired.
okay.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon systems.
Okay, that was weird. Bellicosians and Koroks fighting each other.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Armor repaired. They've engaged their weapon systems. Repair of our ship's shields commencing. Repair of our ship's engine commencing. Weapons repaired. Repair of our ship's jammer commencing. Jammer repaired.
Eye jammer repaired.
Scanner
E-bumper
repaired.
repaired.
Armor repaired. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shield.
All the alliance great for quick action. My defense boosters, Sealy Cure. Korok Cruiser 456. Stilvelos missiles. Good hunting, my balls. Gooseberries.
Leaving standard orbit.
So, like, you get all this shit, and you get, like, stuff from the missions, but, like, it doesn't advance the plot at all in terms of, like, maybe you have to do the spy missions or something?
Establishing standard orbit. Initiating warp field time lock effect. Ronogong tenarte nikunaptikyo kanenta premier endernie
The felonies pleasure world.
Ronogong kanenta premier
Yes, of course.
kanenta premier ronkuro kanyako.
Well, you cannot, for you are not felonies.
Nikunap farnia.
Yeah, see, like... Holy diver! Angela!
Nikunap endernie nemuhu ronkuro.
Hey, guess what? I have the decoration of Miranda. No, I want to trade. Stop being angry, I want to trade. Okay. You have... Seek scanner, Sparking Box. Metal. We got a whole bunch of Sparking Box. Fixed metal for this purpose. Or we got at least one, I guess. Hello, John Matrix. How are you doing, John Matrix? Takei. Madeira.
Ronogong tenarte miru.
You only have Death Strike missiles.
Lakonna nemuhu.
Yeah, okay.
Hingrap.
We gotta talk to the other ship. Because we want... We want their quietest missiles.
Nikunap. Endernya. Nemuhu. Ronkuro. Lakomna. Nemuhu.
Quartz shield booster. Okay, our missile problems are forever solved.
Hingrap. Kaneta prenya. Lakomna. Nikunap. Fanyakonya. Hingrap. Kaneta prenya.
Okay, we could kill everything in the game now. 80. How did I get 28 shield boosters to begin with? How did I get 28 shield boosters?
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
More than 28. Right? Because I still have some. I don't get it. What's nearby? Makes metal, many tree sky. New home.
Leaving standard orbit.
I did save.
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Bellicosian ships in the Sirius system. Korok cruiser. In the CAF system. In the Chara system. Bellatrix system. For the High system. Okay, we should do this. Spy mission to the main Korok planet in Sector 3-6 in Castor. There's only 3 planets.
Leaving standard orbit.
Hopefully I actually saved, like, I'm pretty sure I saved after I got
Establishing
the
standard
spybot.
orbit.
Scanning my butthole. They killed me instantly.
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored.
Navigate system map. 3-6 Castor. Planet 2.
Leaving standard orbit.
How will we know which one is the correct planet?
Establishing standard orbit.
There's 2 cruisers here.
They've engaged their weapon systems.
Ow. Nope. My ship was destroyed. That didn't look like the right planet. The first one looked more convincingly like the right planet.
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored. Leaving standard orbit.
It's got to be the first planet. It like looks like that,
Establishing
right?
standard orbit.
Nothing. So let's
Initiating warp field time lock effect. Leaving standard orbit.
We're gonna see if we can just plant the spy bot without fighting and then just escape.
Establishing standard orbit.
But first, we'll scan the planet. Inhabited. Okay. Communicate. Labor bot. Send down bot. Spy bot with a work hard bot booster. Go.
Labor robot away. Labor robot telemetry reports successful landing. They've engaged their weapon systems. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Okay. Now we need to repair everything.
Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Armor repaired. Shields repaired. Repair of our ship's jammer commencing. Repair of our ship's scanner commencing. Scanner repaired.
Alright, let's travel somewhere really far away.
Leaving standard orbit.
And then back. That should cause a bunch of time to pass, which will allow us to retrieve our bot with the thing that it's supposed to be getting.
Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon systems. Repair of our ship's shields commencing. Shields repaired. Repair of our ship's weapons commencing. Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Armor repaired.
Okay, now we should be able to go to LaborBot site.
Leaving standard orbit.
And try again.
Establishing standard orbit.
Communicate, LaborBot, retrieve LaborBot, SpyBot, execute. It didn't get the right fucking thing!
Good news, darling. I found something you might like.
What?
Labor robot and cargo now stowed. They've engaged their weapon systems. Labor robot away. Labor robot telemetry report. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Armor repaired. Shields repaired. Repair of our ship's scanner commencing. Scanner repaired. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Communicate, LaborBot, retrieve this one. Got it.
Good news, darling. I found something you might like.
Why does it do that? Why does it say that?
Labor robot and cargo. Leaving standard orbit.
Okay, we got the Korak computer bank. Now, is it Machinista is where we needed to go with that?
Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
All Alliance ships, Korak computer banks should be given at once to Elder Visor Rubo Keefe. Okay. Keefe the Thief. I should play Keefe the Thief one of these days. I've got a Korak computer bank for you. Really, the entire alliance is grateful my balls. This gives us the chance to learn more about these Korok scum. I'll clear the mission. Ward off comm not once for such services. Accept these hunter missiles. That wasn't worth it. What do you know about the Korok? He doesn't believe me. Outstanding bravery. Give my balls the title of Granger. Rejuve ship bot booster. Clearance papers for my balls to obtain. Phage Keith the Alliance. The Stealth Shield. The true secret weapon, the Stealth Shield. Okay, from Vage Keith. No, you're Rubo Keith. Shit. Did I get it? Or
Look at it.
do I have it? Where can I find Vage Keith?
Look at it.
Oh, far too dreary. Is Vage Keith on Macabola?
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
No, you're Roth Neal. Ardania, maybe?
Look at it. Look at it.
Hello, Athena Aegis. Where is Vage Keith?
We are being hailed.
Ardania?
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Where is this person? What do you got? None of this is any good. No one will tell me where the person who's going to give me the true secret weapon, the stealth shield, is. Try
Leaving standard orbit.
Try these other Maca planets. Going to Macas.
Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon systems.
Hello, Flora's Lava.
Hello, Anamore, today, I took it.
I want you to tell me where Vag Keef is. Also, why are there vandals here? Oh, this is the Acuben system.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Initiating warp
Save my
field
game.
time lock effect.
Okay. Macanuda.
Leaving standard orbit.
I don't know where this character is. That's supposed to give me the stealth shield.
Establishing standard orbit.
Queso Nelly.
Look at it. Good car. I holla. Hello, play a die.
No one will tell me where this person is. Scramble channel broadcast top secret. Alert stage 1. Information in the weapon of absolute pulverization not exists has reached the Korok master control. Reprogramming Guardian for pre-invasion strike against the Alliance. The Guardian is WR-6000. It is believed in Sector 6 of Korok. Space exact coordinates are unknown. The ship must be found and destroyed. Hello, young Billiam there. Okay. Yeah, so they tell you to go destroy the master ship. Those are all Musin planets.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit.
And yeah, it's just a llama man. There's a bunch of them.
Establishing standard orbit.
What up, Bellicosian? E-Dick Sig. You? Good.
They've
Then he fights
engaged
you.
their weapon systems. Repair of our ship's armor commencing.
Excuse me? What? What the fuck was that? Ah, it's this. It's the Rejuve ship bot booster, I bet. It's something anyway. I don't know where this character is. It's kind of a pain in the ass. Of course.
Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon systems. Repair of our ship's shields commencing.
Hello, Karn.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
There's an Altec Hawker here. Yo, hold up. There is a unscribed. There's a PDF that has gameplay hints, apparently. You can't download it without an account. That's annoying. Okay, yeah, this is... Here's some information. Okay, acquire one or more archbots by trading with the Perump, usually chocolate. Go to the second planet of Castor in 3-6. EX1 head. Get a fact. What the fuck is all this shit? All right, we're going to try to do this. We're going to try to do this. But first,
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
I'm going to save the game. We're going to go to Macabola.
Leaving standard
It's
orbit.
the Freya Tech is the ship that we want to find. SSA Freya Tech.
Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon systems. They've launched a projectile. They've lowered their shield.
Okay, there's Vage Keith.
Look at it. Tiny good upper.
Display object. Clearance papers.
Look at it.
Charge Splat, I had no idea you had those. Well, the real Alliance secret weapon is yours to claim if you want to risk it. Just hand over those papers. Do you want to trade? Yes. No. Give clearance papers. Everything looks in order. Signed by Granger Tinker O'Keefe, Walks Home, World 1, Showband 1, and Illiclaw. Alright. Transporting the equipment to the ESS Might Butthole. You'd better go to Paladin Eldclo for further briefing. Eldclo knows how to best use that stealth shield. It's still experimental, you know. You might take a look for Eldclo off in Kurok space. But have a care. Good barters. Alright, so we got the shield. The stealth shield, the best shield in the game.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
We're going to save the game.
Initiating
back
warp
into
field
time
lock effect.
I'm going to take a break for a moment. Please enjoy this screen. When we come back, I'm going to follow the instructions in this weird scribed text file and see if I can find the codes. And we'll see if we get a different ending. Be right back.
Omerito!
Welcome back, everybody.
Yeah!
All right, now.
Bonus tactic!
All right, now. Return to game. We need to go to archive, probably.
Leaving
We need to
standard
get an
orbit.
artifact bot. Captain Coder, thank you for the
Establishing standard
20
orbit.
bits.
They've lowered their shields.
Archbots. Harump and Musins. Okay. So we want to talk to Scow, maybe? Alistair. Alistair Brimble-ass music. How are you doing, Captain Coder? The Hulkmaster. I'm here for trade. He does not have what I want. Findy. Dungeon Crawler Jam. Nice. Nice. Tennyson. Nothing, thanks. That'd be nice. I want to make... I mentioned this before. I would like to make it like an Apple II level graphics Diablo type game. None of these guys have one. Johan. Valuable loots. You don't... None of these guys have it. I'm looking for an Archbot. I had one, but the game deleted it. Unfortunately. All right, let's see if the Musin have any. New home 3.
Leaving standard orbit.
Honestly, it sounds like they had a lot of fun making this game. It's got some problems, but I think they had a lot of fun making it.
Establishing standard orbit.
Communicate. Ship. Fear not. All the audio to play on a Yamaha OPL chip. Nice. Paladin Shelmar, the trader. Archbot. Yes. Okay. Archbot. Crystal Speed Meloder. 1 for 1? You've only got 1. Okay. I knew you would like these guys, Marmot. This guy's a fighter. He might not have them. Brinton Beast. Flake'em Flake. They get mad if you tell them that you're friends of the felonies. No, you don't have anything. I'd really like if I could get a second Archbot, because then I wouldn't have to worry about it getting deleted. Fellow fighter. Whoa, what was Whoa. I know Clemar. Ah, spies. That's right. Got a spy bot. Wax. Aha! This guy might have some. doesn't. Aquatic kit. One more. What if I offer you an on-rose? What if I give you an on-rose? What if I offer you an on-rose? Not helpful. Well, I only have one Archbot, so... Yeah, I have the aquatic kit. I just bought one from you. So now I need to go to... Second planet of Castor. Save the game.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
Three, 6.
Leaving standard orbit.
Second planet of Castor. We may have to do combat here. No, we won't have to do combat, because we have the stealth shield.
Establishing standard orbit.
Alright, now we have to leave our save alone until after we're certain that our Archbot has
Labor robot away.
got the goods.
Labor robot telemetry reports successful landing.
And now we're gonna go to... like... There was one that was like 180, right? Go to Earth.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
And then we go to known space. Labor robot.
Leaving standard orbit.
300 units should be enough.
Establishing standard orbit.
All right.
Despite the deplorable state of affairs down there, I'm pleased to report a moderate degree of success.
Labor robot and cargo now stowed.
Okay. We got another Archbot out of that somehow, but we got the EX1 head, which is what we needed. EX1 reporting damage, MCR reprogramming, not reveal, returning to, reject new program, self-destruct. Excuse me? Activated, secure gateway, red 4. Red 4. Okay. Now,
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
Alphard 2.
Jin rose and lunged for him.
In 6-5.
Leaving standard orbit.
Wait, Shaboy J, you think this has a sequel? I don't think this has a
Establishing
sequel.
standard orbit. Initiating warp field time lock effect.
Hello, Chrysaries.
Labor robot away.
Good thing we gave it the aquatic.
Labor robot telemetry reports successful landing.
Alright. Earth. Oh, second harmony.
Leaving standard orbit.
There are many products named Nomad. None of them are related to this
Orbit.
as far as I'm concerned, as far as I'm
They've
aware.
lowered their shields.
Known space, uninhabited planets. Labor robot site. Let's go back.
Leaving standard orbit.
How did I multiply my Archbots? Very strange.
Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit.
Yeah, the sequel to this, Omicron, the Nomad Soul.
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields. Leaving standard orbit.
Oh, quite baffled. I like the graphics in this for like the style that it does.
Establishing
I think
standard
it does very
orbit.
good. Come on, dude. How
Leaving
much time
standard
do you
orbit.
need? Maybe the aquatic kit didn't actually improve its like speed, and the work hard kit would have.
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields. Leaving standard orbit.
When did Star Control 2 come out? Hello, Noru.
Establishing standard orbit. Labor robot away. Labor robot telemetry reports successful landing. Leaving standard orbit.
So Star Control 2, did Star Control 2, I guess it had it put forward the idea of the precursors, but it wasn't until Star Control 3?
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
I'm afraid that the news from down there is rather disappointing.
Okay, we had to do it twice to get it.
Labor robot and cargo now stowed.
Wait. Why did it say the news is rather disappointing? You had the Alien Ally tablet, didn't you? Hello, Maniac.
I'm afraid that the news from down there is rather disappointing.
Did it delete the Alien tablet because I took the one with nothing in
Labor
it
robot
first?
now stowed.
No, I have it. Spirits filled with shame, being we again report failure while efforts to breed servants for lust and people without many. Please advance. Laws. Remaking genetic elements from many creatures of lost and a last effort brings failure again. Long sadness of disaster. Bellicosians, Arden, Parump, Ursers, Musin, Felonies, Chanticleer now also have left ship with last. Please. Experiment behind on planet Own. Spirits fill with good hope that new colony idea may more successful be. Paramus. Now I should have Paramus in my
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
in my zone. Akinar lost him.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Communicate with ship Guardian.
They've
Excuse
engaged
me.
their weapon system.
Fucking... Let me use the fucking keyword, you asshole. Well, that's broken. That's okay. If we can get the other codes, we'll be okay.
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored.
Okay, navigate, system map. We gotta go to, what is it, 3-4 Alhina? No. 3-5 Alhina.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Paramus. Paramus supervisor recognized. Code override Paramus overriding NCR control reactivating code to return Blue 1. Reverting EX3 programming. Thank you for your assistance. Partial damage still existing in random generator function. Do you want to trade? Yes. Blue 1. What do you got? What do you got? Anything good? Anything good? Nope. Navigate. Second planet in Bellatrix 2-7.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Supply 9. EX4. This is the guy that I would always find and I didn't know what to do with. Welcome to Belly. Yellow 3. Programming to prevent MCR overrides enhanced. Korok are an advanced race of robots, but since leaving the planet of origin, the Korok have been reprogrammed by the MCR to protect and serve the Korok. I'm trying to avoid reprogramming. Ask about WR6000. I have very little data on the WR6000 except for the information that it was once EX2. Ask about EX3. One of my 4 counterparts, unfortunately EX3 did not escape MCR's reprogramming and now serves the Korok as a mining supervisor in 3-5. Of which I am the last. Ask about Loston. Loston is the former homeworld of all Korok who resided there in peace before the MCR was created. Ask about Master Control Robot. Created to control and supervise all Korok. Controlling all Korok has left the MCR overextended, however. The MCR is reprogramming all classes of Korok for destructive aggression. All independent Korok slated for 7. So far, I have managed to avoid such a fate by acting like a WR4000 whenever the MCR comes patrolling in these backwaters. My scanners detect... Yeah. Is there anything else I can figure out? Okay. All right.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
So we got all the codes except one. I don't know how it... Hold on, let me see if this thing has anything to say about it. You'd have the stealth shield.
Leaving standard
I don't
orbit.
think you can actually... This might be broken. Because we should be able to hail this guy.
Establishing standard orbit.
Because we're using the stealth shield.
They've engaged their weapon system.
But they're still able to see us. So we'll maybe go, like, re-equip all of our stuff before going to the system. Maybe, like, loading a game
Time lock
breaks it or
effect
something.
terminated. Normal space restored.
And then we'll make sure...
They've engaged their weapon systems. They've launched leaving standard orbit.
Fuck, you can't fuck with your shields. Just load the game.
Establishing standard orbit. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon systems. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. Repair of our ship's shields commencing. Repair of our ship's engine commencing.
No, he gives you the last code. This is the problem. Is that
Leaving
you're
standard
supposed to
orbit.
be able to communicate with the WR6000 if you have the code, but it's not actually... It's not giving me the opportunity to give fact to him.
Establishing standard orbit. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . .
Now, supposedly you need the stealth shield to do it. Okay, you just have to do it twice. Paramus. Paramus supervisor recognized. Code override Paramus. Overriding MCR control. Reverting to EX2 programming. Memory partially restored. Return to lost in memory reactivated. Gateway code warning. Oh. What did that say? Green 2? Green 4?
They've engaged their weapon
No.
systems.
Navigate. Nope, I'm dead. Okay. Whatever.
Time lock defect terminated. Normal space restored. Leaving standard orbit.
Green 4. 4413. Let's see if it'll give me enough time to do
Establishing
it.
standard orbit.
Done it. Now what? Now what? Huh. That's it? Alright, so we gotta send down a labor bot. Send down an arch bot.
Labor robot away. Labor robot telemetry reports successful landing. Leaving standard orbit.
So now we have to fly away.
Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Fly
Leaving
back.
standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Four, 4, 1, 3. Gotta do this again. 4, 4. I'm glad it's random instead of just like cycling.
They've engaged.
I'm glad the stealth shield doesn't work. I'm glad that the thing that's supposed to prevent that simply doesn't work. Ugh, and you have to wait for it. That's so irritating.
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon systems. Initiating warp field time lock effect. Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored.
And like the
Leaving
stealth
standard
shield
orbit.
like doesn't work. Although they do say that it's experimental.
Establishing
So maybe
standard
that's why
orbit.
sometimes it doesn't work.
They've
Your-
engaged their weapon systems.
Okay. If this continues to not work,
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored.
nah, it's a
They've engaged their weapon systems.
It's just, I think it's just a bug that, like, the shield doesn't work
Leaving
sometimes.
standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Because, like, it works.
They've engaged their weapon systems.
It worked at one point.
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
It worked at one point, and now it doesn't. Right? Like, one of the times I was here, it worked, and now it doesn't. So, there's a lot of messed up stuff about this game.
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored.
We can try, like, going here,
Leaving
talking
standard
to
orbit.
Guardian, then going to a different planet, repairing our ship after we take damage, and then going back, maybe? But
Establishing standard orbit.
it's like we can communicate with Guardian. He'll rebuff us. Right, and then we want to disregard navigate system.
Leaving standard orbit.
We got out without taking damage.
Establishing standard orbit.
And then we want to go back to Lost Thing.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
And then communicate with Guardian. Effect Paramus. Green 4.
They've engaged. Leaving standard orbit.
Then we leave again. Now we've done that
standard
sequence.
orbit.
We're going to repair everything.
Repair of our ship's shields commencing. Armor repaired. Initiating warp field time lock effect.
We're going to save game. Now we're going to go back
Leaving standard orbit.
and see if our stealth shield works.
Establishing standard orbit.
Just sit here for a minute. Red 4, green 4. Fascinating. Good one. I like that there's a pause here, which doesn't really seem to do anything. And like the shapes that you see don't matter. What matters is the thing in the top right.
Incoming chat request.
Yellow 3. Okay. Labor bot. Arch bot. With a work hard booster.
They've
Execute.
engaged their weapon systems.
And we immediately get attacked.
Labor robot away.
And now we have to quickly navigate away.
Labor
NSE,
robot telemetry reports successful
NS,
landing.
left E.
Leaving standard orbit.
Oh, Zerodyne.
Establishing standard orbit.
And she stalwartly stood her ground.
Engineering.
Repair of our ship's shields commencing.
Repair
Repair of our
everything.
ship's engine commencing. Initiating warp field time lock effect.
Save game. Navigate.
Incoming chat request.
So like Blue Lake
Leaving
Shores.
standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
Navigate. Back to
Leaving
Lumen.
standard orbit.
I like food.
Establishing standard orbit.
Okay, now we're gonna save our game
warp
again.
field time lock
File
effect. Leaving
go to
standard
Lost
orbit.
And see if we can enter the gateway without getting messed up.
Establishing standard orbit.
Nope.
Leaving standard orbit.
No idea what you're supposed to do about that.
Establishing standard orbit. Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Just hope for good luck on the numbers, I guess. Oh yeah. This game actually got a patch. I don't think it fixed this though.
They've engaged their weapon systems. Leaving standard orbit.
Insane. Insane fucking game. What have they done?
Establishing standard orbit. Repair of our ship's armor commencing. Repair of our ship's engine commencing. Leaving standard orbit.
The fact that it's random. It's random and the stealth thing doesn't work.
Establishing standard orbit.
Oh no, I'm not using the actual Pentium. This is emulated on like a 486 or something. 486 class machine. Need blue 1. Blue 1. Oh,
Save engage.
blew it.
Leaving standard orbit.
I think it's as the ships, like, circle around, like, if they point at you, they can see you or something. I don't
Establishing
understand
standard
it.
orbit.
It's really fucking annoying now.
Repair of our ship's shields commencing. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon system.
Oh, I'm already dead. I want to see something. Rebuild ship at Earth. You keep the stealth shield. You keep the stealth shield. I gotta see, though. I gotta see something. Okay, it
Leaving
keeps...
standard orbit.
It keeps the stealth shield and it keeps your labor robot. You could lose everything else. But let's see if that fixes the stealth shield, maybe.
Establishing standard orbit.
We need 1. Blue 1. Love to have blue 1. Like, did they have some demo scene dickhead who worked on this game and was like, yeah, but if it's too easy, then they won't see my cool effect. I bet that was it. Somebody made this effect and they were so proud of it, they wanted it to, like, stay on screen for a really long time. Blue 1, yellow 3.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit.
Play in the slots. Play in the slots. Will we get the correct results before they randomly shoot us? Locate, LaborBot, Retrieve, ArchBot. Didn't even give me the correct item. Fuck off, game.
Despite the deplorable state of affairs down there, I'm pleased to report a moderate degree of success.
It's random and you can not get the
Labor robot and cargo now stowed.
you can get not the plot item that you need.
Labor robot away. Labor robot telemetry reports successful landing.
So the item we need is a failsafe device. And the failsafe device you can the failsafe device you can use to automatically destroy the MCR ship, winning the game.
Establishing standard orbit.
Anyway, it gives you the same... It gives you the same ending that you get normally. There do not appear to be any different endings. There's only the one, as far as I can tell.
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored. Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon systems.
You just do that.
Master Control Robot destroyed. The Corps have reverted to their intended role as faithful servants.
Instead of doing a, like, 40-minute long...
throughout the galaxy. Well done.
It's been a
Instead of
pleasure
doing,
serving
like, a
you.
40-minute fucking random slot. You can just blow them up with missiles. It just occurred to me that that guy's not wearing a suit jacket. He's wearing a, like, thigh-length, double-breasted coat of some kind. That it's extremely weird. That is a really weird piece of clothing. Anyway, that's Nomad. Unfortunately, a lot of the stuff that... It's not a peacoat. A peacoat is longer. A peacoat is, like, knee length. Maybe he's wearing, like, a too small peacoat. Anyway, that's Nomad. Nomad is an extremely broken and messed up game, and the promise that it seemed like it might have, it doesn't. So I'm going to have to pick another different game for next weekend. That will, same peacoat he's had since graduation. We're gonna raid your mom. I think your mom will appreciate Nomad. Dr. CDC. God damn it. Well, let's cancel that raid. I considered raiding Dr. CDCS. Hello, Dr. CDCS and viewers. You know what we can do? You know what we can do, Doc? I got you. Hello, Towie. We are playing Nomad. Thank you for shouting out Dr. CDCS. Thank you for the raid. Time Quest. Do I know Time Quest? I may or may not know Time Quest. Anyway, let me show you the game that I just beat multiple times. This is a game called Nomad. Legend Entertainment game. I'm thinking of something else. I'm thinking of Time Commando. Motherfucker. I forgot that holding right shift skips DOS startup. Okay, so there's a game called Nomad. Nomad is a severely broken game. The premise is that an alien ship crash lands on Earth. It gets repaired. You make it into orbit. And then it breaks down again and you get stuck at a space station called Hawking. You then get repaired by a alien ship who's like, hi, welcome to the Alliance.
We've recovered some data from the alien ship at the crash site. Decoding shows the ship's been repaired by someone. It's operational, though the navigation coordinates have been erased. Funding's tight. The isolationists want the whole thing covered up, but we've got a go-ahead for an experimental launch. Project Nomad's been approved. Gather what intelligence you can, any way you can, and take any action necessary to preserve the security of this planet.
Preserve the security of this planet.
OESI won't be able to help you. From now on your own, Nomad.
Hey, Quantum Pause.
Welcome aboard, Captain. I'm your ship's computer. Please input your name for the ship's log, sir. Please input the name you would like to give this vessel, Captain.
Now that's weird. Do you have to, like, hit a button to get access to your save game? There we go. Yeah, you have to hit a button. Anyway.
Time lock effect terminated. Normal space restored.
So I've been playing for a while. You take missions, you deliver items, you fight the Korok, who are these, like, robot dudes. And you generally, like... You learn a little bit about some mysteries.
Leaving
and then you
orbit.
get sent to this planet.
Establishing standard orbit.
And this planet has a weird gateway around it, and you can enter the gateway, and it's random what gateway status changes to, and then this dude just automatically attacks you despite you're supposed to have a stealth shield, but it doesn't work. So your ship gets destroyed. You quit the game instead of rebuilding at Earth, because rebuilding at Earth makes you lose all your stuff.
Time lock
However,
terminated.
instead of doing that,
normal space restored.
Instead of doing that,
Leaving standard orbit.
You can go here.
Establishing standard orbit. They've engaged their weapon systems.
Blow up that dude,
With a master
and then you
control
win.
robot destroyed, the Corps have reverted to their intended role as faithful servants. Your brave actions have made you a hero throughout the galaxy. Well done.
It's been a pleasure serving with you, Captain.
The end. It's not the worst game. It's got some cool stuff in it. It's just like, it's got wildly spiking. We're the guy in the spacesuit that's in each of those scenes, like in the background. Thank you for the GGs. Basically, it's got huge difficulty spikes. It's got a bunch of stuff where it's like where missions break entirely, like the ships don't spawn, or like you kill the correct thing and it doesn't count it, or like a ship that you need to protect just gets instantly destroyed. Most of the time it works okay.
Establishing standard orbit.
But the star of the
Lowered
game,
their shields.
the star of the game is yellow. The race is yellow. Chanticleer? Is that you can talk to all these different alien races, and when you talk to them, they have they have different things that they sound like when they trade. And they each have a different little musical stinger. What do you think of Paramus? And it has a barter system instead of any kind of like money units. It's just straight up barter, which is interesting. It also has some drawbacks.
Leaving standard orbit. Establishing standard orbit. They've lowered their shields.
So there's a bunch of different alien races. Haven't seen that yet. Quietest missiles are extremely powerful and allow you to beat the end boss of the game with like 2 shots. You can also use, like, labor bots to get resources from planets and stuff, but there's no reason to, because the game kind of just dumps all the stuff that you actually need on you
Initiating warp field time lock effect.
at the very, like, at the very last mission. It's very strange.
Leaving standard orbit.
There's a, like, what's the wand in Eye of the Beholder? There's a that sort of method of beating the game, which is you send an archaeology bot down to this planet.
Establishing standard orbit.
You have to go through the gateway, which is random. The way it does the groupings are random. The code is randomized per playthrough. And you have to do a bunch of stupid bullshit to find the code. You have to have a stealth shield, which doesn't work very well. Then you have to wait for this to give you your specific code. Meanwhile, the ships in the system can sometimes detect you and just wipe you out almost at once. Now we need yellow 3. If we get yellow 3, I can show you something really messed up. Because we already have an archaeology bot on the planet. Yellow 3, there we go. Now, communicate, labor bot, retrieve bot. We didn't get the item that we need. We got something else, because the item that you get from sending a bot down to the planet is random. So you can just not get the failsafe device that
Despite
you would
the
get.
deplorable state of affairs down there, I'm pleased to report a moderate degree of success.
You can simply not get the correct item. And then you have to do it. Thank you for the follow, by the way.
Labor robot
Then you have
and
to
cargo now stowed.
do it again. And every time you do it, you have to do that obnoxious puzzle. Yeah, we can look at the talking automator. Every time you leave
Labor
this
robot away.
every time you leave this planet, you have to do that gateway again.
Labor robot telemetry reports successful landing.
Yeah, it's just a random item. If your ears ever hurt from my stream, it means you've got your speakers turned up too loud. Yeah, so you have to wait. No. It's just a random junk item that you can trade to the Parump for, like, garbage. The stealth shield seems to be functioning now. I don't know why. Ancient document.
They've engaged their weapon system.
Oh. Anyway, they blew up my ship. Just out of nowhere. Anyway, that's Nomad. In terms of buying it, it's not, I wouldn't say it's worth a lot because it doesn't come with much stuff. There's like a pamphlet-sized manual and like a disc, and that's about it. There's not much to it. Anyway, that's Nomad. That's the end of Nomad. We're going to raid your mom, who is playing Rings of Zilfin. Yeah, absolutely not worth it. But you know my motto. Don't buy software. We're going to raid your mom. Your mom is playing Rings of Zilfin, which is a very interesting looking game. It's, I think it's the first game in the Magic Candle universe, or like it's related somehow. Anyway, I'll be back tomorrow with something. I'll figure out what, I promise. Console game. Monday, Tuesday. Anyway. Take care, everybody. Hope you had a good weekend. Happy Easter if you celebrate it. You know, as usual, take care of each other. Take care of yourselves. Be kind to the ones you love. I'll see you all soon. Good luck out there.